Morning, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, I'd be grateful if you would proceed.
Today we have two witnesses, Mr. Pellegrini from the Office of the City Auditor and Ms. Edwards. We're beginning today with Mr. Pellegrini's evidence, and he has not yet been affirmed.
Sir, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you affirm the evidence you are about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Pellegrini. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Good morning.
I'd like to start off with a bit of background. Are you able to tell me a little bit about your education and professional qualifications?
Yes, I'm a professional accountant. Actually, if you want, I can go back to, I got a BSc in biochemistry in 1980 from McMaster, an MBA from McMaster in 1984. I got my CMA in 1995 from the Society of Management Accountants. I got my certification or my certification in internal audit in 2005. And then I got my CPA in 2014 when the accounting associations merged. So that's my education background in terms of my professional development, my professional background. I started with the city in 1989 as a revenue analyst. Was there for about 8 years. Then I was in budgets for 2 years as a budgets analyst, as a financial analyst in budgets. And then I moved over into audit in late 1999, early 2000. And I've been in audit ever since.
What's your current role with the Office of the City Auditor?
Actually, I'm retired, but I've come back as a senior auditor.
Okay. And when did you start in that role as a senior auditor?
2010.
Okay. And when did you retire?
In 2021, September of 2021.
Okay. And when did you return to the city as a city auditor?
Late February of 2022.
Is your current role on contract?
Yes.
So just to make sure that I have the dates right, you were a senior auditor with the Office of the City Auditor from 2010 to September 2021, and then you returned on contract in February 2022?
Yes.
And before that, it's my understanding that you were an intermediate auditor from about
Yes.
2002 to 2009?
Yes.
And a staff auditor before that from 1999 to 2002?
Correct.
Are you able to give me a high-level description of your role as a senior auditor with the Office of the OCA?
Basically, I'm responsible for, like I'm given an assignment, I'm given an audit to look at. And basically what I do is I look at, I gather as much information as I can, put together scope and objectives, and then I proceed with doing the work. So I will look at risks, and I will look at any mitigations that people, controls that have been implemented to guard against those risks. And then what I do is I evaluate what's been done, like the control. I evaluate how well people have that the controls are working. So I'll look at all kinds of information. I gather. I need all kinds of data, and I get it from various sources. Sometimes I get it from people directly. Other times I get it from systems themselves. Other times just reading and understanding, trying to develop an understanding of what the processes are like.
Who did you report to as senior auditor?
I report to Charles Brown and also to Bridget Menard, who's the deputy city auditor, and Charles Brown is the city auditor.
What was your role in the value for money audit of city roads in 2018?
I was basically the lead auditor in that case. It was a comprehensive, very in-depth audit. And my role was to basically find out as much as I could about road, how roads are deteriorating, how roads are maintained, how roads are evaluated by staff, how they determine which roads to repair first, and which ones they think they can get away with letting them deteriorate a bit further before getting to them. The city had about 6,000 lane kilometers of roads, so it's a very large network, and the staff is smallish, and so they had to prioritize their work. And so my role was to evaluate whether or not the money that was being spent on roads was giving us good value in terms of how well the roads were preserved and how well they were maintained and how well they were repaired.
What triggered the value for money audit?
Basically, we started out in 2017 with an idea that perhaps there was bid rigging going on in construction. We've done a number of road construction audits, but those were smaller, and that was before Charles came in. The prior auditor, the prior audit manager, director, would look at very narrow scopes in terms of construction audits. And when Charles came in, he had an idea that maybe there was some bid rigging going on in terms of contractors, and we looked at that very at a high level. We determined that it was very well. It was. It may have happened, but we weren't able to determine that it was actually occurring. And then Charles said, well, we could actually look at how roads are deteriorating and whether or not we are getting good value for the way we maintain the roads. And so that basically was how it morphed. So it was it was a long process, and things moved gradually into that.
Registrar, could you please take us to overview document 9A, image 63 to 64, paragraph 150? So this is the paragraph that you'll see 150 goes over onto the next page. So on August 24th, 2018, you emailed Mr. McGuire and Mr. Ndoga under the subject line value for money questions on roads. And you say in the first paragraph there, still on page 63, value for money in the past couple of weeks, I've had a couple of meetings with your staff. The objective of these meetings was to look at how pavement performance is tracked and managed both holistically and for each segment. Do you recall if this was the first exchange with Mr. McGuire that you'd had about the value for money audit?
This was the first formal exchange that I had with him. Like, as I said before, like what I try to do is get an idea of how things are progressing or how things are done. So I would, talk to people and talk to various staff. This was the first time that I actually put something in writing and said, this is the kind of thing that we're looking at.
So you said this was the first formal communication. Had you spoken to Mr. McGuire about meetings with his staff or the value for money audit on a less formal basis before you sent this email?
I'm sure that I spoke with his staff. I'm pretty sure I spoke with him as well, but it wasn't like it was verbal. It wasn't with a formal written presentation in terms of what I wanted to do or what I was thinking of doing.
Do you recall which members of Mr. McGuire's staff you met with prior to sending this email?
I spoke with Alan Jasvac, and I spoke with Richard Ndoga. I may have spoken with Erica Waite. I don't recall exactly, but I know the other two I did speak with.
Okay. And is that then folks in asset management?
Yes.
Registrar, actually, no, you can leave this up. So the next line is a literature review indicated that MTO and the municipalities have reported problems with underperforming pavements. So audit services is interested in knowing whether the city has such a problem, either on specific roads or systemically. More importantly, audit services would like to determine whether the city has a performance management system in place that would reveal such problems. What literature review are you referencing there?
Basically, I did all kinds of searches, internet searches. I looked at, the the association of, I forget that the industry association, what they're called, but they basically are responsible for, producing asphalt. So like it was all kinds of searches. Like I said, I also looked at what other cities had done, like City of Toronto, City of Ottawa, cities out west. So I looked at the audits that they had done, and I looked at some of the information that they had provided. So it was a varied search and quite extensive.
So you go on to say audit services realizes that asset management has a system of tracking pavement conditions at different points in time and reporting these. And
Yes.
This is very good. However, we're wanting to also examine whether the performance of existing pavement infrastructure is being tracked against how it is expected to perform. At this point in time, did you have a reason to believe that asset management was not tracking the performance of existing pavements against their expected performance?
I thought that may have been the case because our roads, as you probably know, are pretty bad at the City of Hamilton. So there are some major thoroughfares that there's a lot of cracking, there's a lot of rutting. So my perception was that the roads were not in as good a shape as they could have been, and like you hear oftentimes the CAA puts out the worst roads in Ontario, and Hamilton sometimes is featured. Hamilton roads are sometimes featured on that list.
Register, you can take this down, and if you can take us over onto page 64 and call out, actually call out the first two paragraphs so the context is there. So you'll see that you use the Red Hill Valley Parkway and Link as examples when you're asking about whether pavement segments are tracking predicted cycles of treatments, and you reference the Stantec report.
Yes.
And I can call this up for you if you'd like to confirm with eyes on the document, but is that the Link and Red Hill project sustainability plan from 2007 that you're referencing?
Yes, exactly. And that's one of the literature searches that I did.
Okay. And that came up in your literature review?
Yes.
When you were doing the literature review, was there a system or an archive of documents within the city that you were looking at?
Not within the city. I looked at anything that I could have. I tried to get any information from various sources that I could have.
Do you recall where you found the Stantec report?
Not off the top of my head. I think it may have been just a Google search that I did. I could be wrong, but I think that's how I found it.
Okay, thank you. Register, you can take this down, and if you can take us to review document 9A, image 66, paragraph 153, please. So this is later the same day, August 24th, that you had sent your email. Mr. McGuire forwards your email to managers in engineering service, copying his assistant, Diana Cameron. You are not copied on this email. Mm-hmm. And you'll see paragraphs 3 to 5 in this email. He says, my main concern is that the auditor was on this floor and talking with staff about our programs without my office having any knowledge of this inquiry. I have had conversations with some managers, and this is meant to send the same message to all teams. When anyone approaches staff regarding compliance, risk, regulatory, or audit functions, then staff need to be aware they must escalate the inquiry to the manager level at a minimum. We will comply with all requests, but we need to be aware of the message that we are sending. The manager will decide if this requires higher level attention and engage me as required. And I know that you're not copied on this email, but did Mr. McGuire approach you to express concerns that you'd spoken to his staff without his knowledge?
No, actually, when I read this, I was a bit surprised.
Do you recall if you had any discussions with Mr. McGuire about this email or the value for money audit in late August 2018?
Not about this email. I'm sure I spoke with him about the value for money audit, probably on a more informal basis, like without, like in person or by phone. In terms of, that's basically all I did.
Was it your practice to do an introductory meeting of some kind with directors when you initiated an audit?
Yes, it's our practice. It's our practice also to basically, when we start an audit, we inform the general manager of the department that we're doing an audit. Then we go down to the director level and inform them that we're doing an audit. Sometimes, usually it's a formal like email that goes out. Sometimes it's just more informal. Usually with the general manager, it's very formal. With a director, it may be more informal because we assume, I guess, that the general manager will have talked to his directors and said, "Look, audit's going to be doing something in your area, looking at something in your area."
Do you recall if you did a meeting of that nature with Mr. McGuire?
I don't recall if it was a formal meeting, but I'm sure I would have spoken with him.
Okay. Do you recall when that would have been?
No, I don't.
Register, can you take us over onto the next page to paragraph 154? So Mr. Andoga forwards your email to city staff, and he says, "Everyone, please refrain from dealing with and or talking to anyone from audit services. If you are contacted, please refer them to upper management." Were you aware that staff and engineering services were directed to refrain from dealing with and or talking to audit services staff?
Not. I was aware after, basically, I was introduced shortly after, probably around August, late August, I was introduced to Mr. Sharma, Dipankar Sharma. And basically, I was told that he was my main point of contact, and I was told basically the same kind of thing. Well, we want to be able to get all the information that you need. Please go through Dipankar so that we have one main point of contact, and you're not basically disturbing other people that are doing work that is very that they need to concentrate on, and that they don't need to be distracted. This is what I was told, and so I should speak with Dipankar. Again, this was more informal. I didn't receive an email. I just was told.
Is it a standard practice for Public Works Department divisions to appoint a main point of contact for an audit?
No, because like I said, when I did a number of actual construction audits, road construction audits with them before, and basically at that time the scope was more limited. They were not value for money audits. They were simple compliance audits. Whether or not the rules had been followed in terms of the contracts and the road contracts, how they were assigned, and we looked at very specific, very limited scope. And those audits, basically, we would send an email to the general manager. The general manager would forward to the director. We'd have an introductory meeting, and we'd proceed. And they would last maybe 3 months, 3.5 months, and that was it. This was a more comprehensive, wider scope audit, and I guess Mr. McGuire thought that it was, too wide, and he wanted to limit, the amount of distraction, or what he thought was distraction, to something that he could manage better.
Were you dealing with other public works groups beyond engineering services with respect to the value for money audit?
Not with respect to this one. It was mostly with engineering services. So I looked at, Susan Jacob and Gord McGuire, and then his staff.
After August 2018, in your view, did you have more difficulty getting answers from engineering services staff with respect to the value for money audit?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided with an explanation for that?
No.
So you said a little while ago that it was your understanding that Mr. Sharma had been appointed as the contact person or point person for the value for money audit.
Yes.
What, if anything, were you told about why Mr. Sharma had been assigned as the engineering services point person for the audit?
I was told that he was basically doing, like he was basically the main point of contact. He was looking at things from from their perspective, and that they were trying to do some work in that area themselves, and that we could kind of work together, and he'd be able to provide me with all kinds of information, and that he would know who to speak with, and he'd be able, it would be more efficient and more effective to go through Mr. Sharma.
I think you said that they were going to try to do some work in that area themselves as well. Are you able to expand a bit on what you meant by that? What area?
No, they were doing, like, I was told that Mr. Sharma was, I forget what the title was that he was given. I'm sure he was a project manager in that area, and that he was going to be looking at basically streamlining some of the processes that they were doing. That was basically what I recall.
I think he was a project manager of continuous improvement.
And that continuous improvement was what they were looking at. Okay, we want to continually improve. We want to improve this section. So this kind of fits in with what your audit is, and this kind of dovetails nicely together. And this is probably why you should work with them. That's basically what I was told.
Was it your understanding that he was looking at ways to streamline responses to audit processes?
No, I don't think so. No.
What then was he trying to streamline in your view?
Basically, some of the processes that they were working on, some of the, not necessarily the response to me, but the processes that internal processes that they were to follow.
Okay. Registrar, can you please pull up HAM 11266 at image 1 and split screen with HAM 11268 at image 1 as well? So I'm just pulling up the email and then the attachment to the email side by side so that you can see both of them. You sent Mr. Sharma the draft scope for the value for money audit on September 20th, 2018, and he then forwards it to Mr. McGuire and Ms. Cameron. To your knowledge, did Mr. McGuire know what the scope of the value for money audit was around this time, so September 20th, 2018?
Well, if I submitted this to the banker, I believe, or to Mr. Sharma, and I assumed that he would have provided a copy of this to Mr. McGuire.
So in understanding his role as the point person, it was your understanding not just that he would provide information to you, but that information you provided to him would then be advanced to Mr. McGuire? Exactly.
He was the conduit between us.
Okay. Registrar, you can take down the covering email, and if you can take us, pull up image 2 of the draft scope as well. So this is your draft scope. And at the bottom of the first page and on to the top of the second page, there's a list of objectives, and there's general objectives, but there's also specific references to the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link at the very top of the second page. Registrar, if you don't mind calling out that specific reference there. In the objectives for the value for money audit, why were there specific objectives that signaled out the Red Hill Valley Parkway and link?
Those are the two main roads, the two main construction projects that were done within the past 15, 20 years, 10, 15 years. And when I was putting the audit together, when I was putting the scope of the audit together, my feeling was that these were roads that were old enough, they've been around long enough that we could look at how they've deteriorated and whether or not whether or not their life cycle was what was intended. They were also major thoroughfares, so that the city had spent a lot of money on these roads, and I felt that this was, like two examples of roads that have been around that had we should have a good history. They were old enough that they had endured a lot of they've been driven on a lot, and at the same time they were new enough and high. That people were familiar enough with these roads that we would get, it would be very useful to examine these roads and see how they had performed over their history.
At the point when you were preparing the draft scope, were you aware of any complaints or concerns about the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
No, I wasn't aware of any complaints. I mean, I'd known about accidents that had occurred on that road, but I didn't know anything more about that. I just knew that they were roads that were, very major thoroughfares of the city. Like I said, we spent a lot of money on those roads, and I wanted to know how well they were performing, and not just me, but my director as well.
So I know you said that you had done a literature review. At this point in time, in the course of that review or otherwise, had you come across any safety reports for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Not at this point in time, no. I mean, like I said, I looked at that Stantec study in 2007. And what I liked about that was, that it said, okay, this is what, these roads are, this is when these roads are built. This is when they should be, this is the kind of repairs that we should be doing. This is the way that we should be maintaining these roads. This is the expenditure that we expect that you would spend on these roads. And my feeling was, okay, I've got this information. I've got an expectation of what, what the city should be doing with these roads. Are we doing what we said we were going to do? Are we meeting that expectation? We've paid a consultant this money to develop the study. Did we take advantage of it? Did we use it?
Registrar, you can take this down. If you could please take us to overview document 9A, image 169, paragraph 401. So on November 27th, 2018, Mr. Sharma emailed you, copying Mr. McGuire under the subject line, Red Hill Valley Report. And he writes, the Red Hill Report that redacted as advised by legal, engineering services received an FOI on Red Hill. The complete report and other related documents are currently being reviewed by legal. Once this review is complete, we will provide the complete non-redacted package for your review. Should you have any questions, please feel free to give me a call. So the subject line of this email starts with RE, but we don't have a record of an earlier email in this exchange. Did Mr. Sharma send this email in response to an email from you or from someone else?
No, he sent this email in response to, I believe it was a telephone call that I'd had with him. I received the package from, I thought it was from Mr. Sharma. It could have been from Diana Cameron, but it was from someone in engineering services that sent me this information. And it was a 6-year study. I think we'll probably talk about that. And it had all kinds of information on there, but 2 paragraphs in that report had been redacted. And so he was my main point of contact. I called him up and I said, the Panker, can you tell me what happened? And basically he tried to provide some information for me, but he wasn't able to do too much. He basically said, you're going to have to speak with Diana Cameron or with Gordon McGuire about that.
So I'm going to circle back a little bit on some of that information that you just provided. So you said that you understood that the package that you received had come from Mr. Sharma.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about the discussions or exchanges that you had with Mr. Sharma that led you to that impression or led you to think that he had sent you a document?
Well, I was like I think it was, on November 9th, I received all kinds of information. Like I had asked for, as you'd seen from my emails, I'd asked for all kinds of information. And I got, on November 9th, I started to get a lot of that information. So I got what they call the state of the infrastructure reports for a number of years, like 4 or 5 of them. I got basically a spreadsheet information, a lot of spreadsheet information that showed the deterioration of certain city roads that I requested. It was a lot of information, like I said, and I also got this report on this. I can't remember the title of it. I think it's the.
I think that I can take you to the email exchange that you're referencing, which may assist. Registrar, can you take us to overview document 9A, image 133 to 134? paragraph 325. So I think the top paragraph there is the exchange on November 9th, 2018 from Mr. Sharma, which references the state of the infrastructure reports. Is that the email that you were just referencing?
Yes.
Register, you can take down the call out just so that Mr. Pellegrini can see the rest of that chain. So you'll see that there's also a bit of back and forth between you and Mr. Sharma on October 12th as well. So it looks like you had originally asked about potentially doing a call, and he responds that he's thinking about setting up a meeting. So that goes over onto 328 on the top there. Does that help to orient you a bit?
Yes, exactly. This is what I was thinking about.
Okay. So on receiving this email, did you take steps to reach out to Mr. Pellegrini as you had indicated?
Sorry, to Mr. Sharma. Yes, I did.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, I did reach out to him.
Okay. And so I think that you had said that you were looking for something more detailed than the state of the infrastructure reports.
Yes, exactly. I like the state of the infrastructure reports, that gave good information, but it's very high level, very general. They go into the state of the roads, but like they're basically talking about overall. I was more interested in specific information that I could basically like what I'd said in my draft scope. Let's take a look at the Red Hill and the Link, because those are major roads, and let's see how they deteriorated over time. So that's the kind of information that I was looking for. And I got that information when I got that report, the 6-year, the RHVP performance review after 6 years of service report.
And I,
older report.
So that's the 2014 Golder report. And I can pull it up just so that we can confirm. Register, can you pull up RHV 1010? And that's the report that you're referencing that you received in a redacted version, right?
Yeah.
So when you reviewed the state of the infrastructure reports and wanted more information on them, did you phone Mr. Sharma to make that request?
I did, yes. I believe I'm pretty sure I did it. I mean, it's a long time ago. I can't really recall it in my mind, but that's what I would have done. I would have called them and said, the Panker, can you give me some more information? Can you provide me with more detail?
Do you recall how Mr. Sharma responded when you asked him for more detailed information?
He said he'd see what he could do. He'd try to get me more stuff. He says, but I might not be able to get it for you right away. You might have to wait a little bit, or I might not be able to get it directly myself. I might have to ask other people. So you'd have to wait.
When you spoke to him on the phone, do you recall him referencing any specific reports?
No, we just talked in general.
Okay, and he didn't reference then this report?
No.
So circling back, I think you said that you had received the redacted version of the 2014 Golder report. Do you recall how you received it?
I believe it was a hard copy.
Did you receive it by mail? Did someone give it to you in person?
It came through interoffice mail.
When something comes through interoffice mail, is there any indication of who has sent it over to you?
Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't. Sometimes it's just in an envelope. It's got our address on it on the interoffice, and it just shows up on my desk. And this is, I think, what happened with this one.
So there was no covering letter or indication of who had specifically sent this over?
No.
And I think you said that you had assumed that the report had come from Mr. Sharma, but you weren't able to confirm that?
Exactly.
So Mr. Pellegrini's email to you about the redacted report is sent on November 27th. Do you recall when you actually received the hard copy of the 2014 Golder report?
I think I received it around November 12th, something like November. I don't think I received it on November 9th, because November 9th was the Friday, and I got all kinds of, that was an email with the state of the infrastructure reports. I probably received it either on November 12th or thereabouts, a day or two after.
Did you review the report immediately on receipt?
I had so many documents on my desk that I didn't review it immediately. I know that when I got it, I thought it was interesting. I looked at it very quickly, and then I put it away, and then I looked at it. I was doing other work, and then I came back to it. I can't tell you exactly the date that I came back to it and did a thorough read of it. But when I did do a thorough read, I did realize that there were 2 redacted paragraphs.
So I'm going to take you through, I believe the document that we have up on the screen is the redacted version that you received. And I'm going to do a comparison between the unredacted version so that we can just confirm that that's the case. Registrar, can you leave this up at split screen with GOL 2981, please? And so these are the 2 versions of the report. Registrar, could you please take us to image 10 of both of these documents? So you'll see on the version that is redacted, there's a redaction right under 5.0 friction testing, and the redacted content is shown on the other version of the document, GOL 2981, and the redacted content says friction testing was carried out on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in November 2013 by Tradewind Scientific using the grip tester. The test was complete in both the northbound and southbound through lanes. Complete results of the friction testing are provided in Tradewind Scientific's report in Appendix E. This report also covers the results of friction testing on the link. Table 6 provides a summary of the average results on the Red Hill Valley Parkway testing. And then Registrar, if you can take us to the next page over, so image 11 of both documents. So that's, this is in section 6.0 analysis and recommendations. And you'll see that there's another redaction towards the bottom of image 6 on the redacted version. And the redacted content is the paragraph which says, on the remaining portion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, the existing cracks in the surface course should be rooted and sealed to prevent the ingress of water and incompressible material into the pavement structure. Following the routing and sealing, it is recommended that a single layer of microsurfacing be applied. By carrying out the mill and overlay where required and applying microsurfacing, the issue of relatively low FN on the Red Hill Valley Parkway would also be addressed. The new surface course mix to be used on the Red Hill Valley Parkway should incorporate aggregates that have good polished stone value. It is recommended that the PSV of potential aggregate sources be tested in the laboratory. And then Registrar, can you please take us to image 100 of both documents? So in the redacted version of the report, this image 100 is the last page. Registrar, can you take us to image 100 and 100 of 2? Just scroll through each of them of the unredacted version. So Golder 2981. So you'll see that in the unredacted version, there's an Appendix E, which is the Tradewind Scientific report. Were these the redactions that you identified in the 2014 Golder report that was provided to the Office of the City Auditor?
Yeah, I had no idea about the Appendix E. I just knew that there was 2 paragraphs that were redacted in the name in that report.
But you did later become aware that the Tradewind Scientific report had also been omitted from the version provided to you?
Yes.
Do you know who redacted the 2014 Golder report that was provided to you?
No.
What did you do on reviewing the redacted 2014 Golder report and recognizing that there were 2 paragraphs that you didn't have access to?
That's what I said. That's when I contacted the banker, Mr. Sharma, and I asked him, I said, I can't, I would really like to see the report that does not have the redactions. I can't work with this. This isn't right.
And I think that you had said that Mr. Sharma indicated that you should contact Diana Cameron. Why did he think you should contact Ms. Cameron? Okay, this is my recollection of the events. This is a phone call that I had, and at this time, I had no idea that this was going to occur. My recollection of the events is that I would have contacted Mr. Sharma. When I spoke with Mr. Sharma, I'm pretty sure he said that I should either speak with Diana Cameron or with Gord directly, and that they would
they would be able to provide me with the unredacted version.
Do you recall when you would have spoken to Mr. Sharma?
I think it was probably around the 20th, the 23rd or 24th, sorry, between the 20th and the 23rd of November. So the 20th, the 20th would have been a Tuesday, the 21st would have been a Wednesday, the 22nd was a Thursday, or the 24th was a Friday. So the latter part of that week.
On the call with Mr. Sharma, did he say anything to you about the substance of the 2014 Golder Report?
No.
Did he say anything to you about the basis for the redactions in the 2014 Golder Report?
No, I don't think he even knew that there was a redaction.
Did you understand from your call with Mr. Sharma that he'd read or reviewed the 2014 Golder Report himself?
I don't think he had. Like I said, I don't think he knew. He said, like, I can't help you with this report. You'd have to talk with Diana or with Gord. And so I thought, okay, he probably doesn't know much about this report.
Did you understand from your call with him that he didn't have access to a copy of the report?
No, I don't. I mean, I assumed that he's provided me with the copy, so I thought he may have had access to it, but I don't think it was in his, part of his duties to read through these reports that he was giving to me. Like, he basically had a high level understanding of what he was giving, but I don't think he had a detailed understanding.
So you said that he indicated that you should speak to Mr. McGuire or Ms. Cameron about the 2014 Golder Report. Did you take him up on that suggestion?
I think I did. I think I tried calling, and I was told that Mr. Mr. McGuire was away on holidays that week. And then I was going on vacation the following week, and so I'm pretty sure I spoke with Ms. Cameron, and I said to her, could I get the unredacted version? And I believe she said to me, you're going to have to wait until Gord gets back, and he's away on vacation.
Did she provide you with any further details about why she needed to wait until Mr. McGuire returned from his vacation to give you an unredacted copy of the report?
No, it was like, at the time, I didn't know any of this. Okay, I didn't know about the Appendix E or any of that stuff. All I knew was I was trying to get some information, and the report was redacted. And basically, she was telling me that she couldn't release the unredacted report and have to wait until Mr. McGuire got back.
Do you recall if you had that conversation with Ms. Cameron before or after the November 27th, 2018 email from Mr. Sharma that we were looking at?
I would have done it before the November 27th, because, like I said, I was away on vacation the week of, I think it was November 25th or 24th, November 25th, I think it was I would have been on vacation.
Did you understand that Mr. Sharma's November 27th, 2018 email was a response to your call to him about the 2014 Golder Report?
I saw that email when I got back from vacation. That would have been December 3rd. So I would have had all kinds of emails. I would have looked at that one, and I would have said, oh, he's responded. And I recall when I read that email that I was, well, not upset, but I was, kind of, okay, these guys are not, they're not, they're not being open with audit. They're not releasing the information that I need, or they're making it more difficult for me to get more the information that I need. And so was I upset? Not really, but I mean, I was perturbed. I was bothered by the fact that I had requested information and that it was not provided to me.
Registrar, can you take us to HAM 61997 at images 2 and 3? Mr. Pellegrini, just for your reference, I'm taking you into the email chain off of that November 27th email.
Yep.
So you'll see the November 27th email is at the very bottom of the second page. And then on December 3rd, 2018 at 4:11 p.m., you respond to Mr. Sharma. You copy Mr. Brown and Ms. Menard, and you say, in order to properly understand the analysis and recommendations made by the consultant, Golder Associates, on the state of the Red Hill Valley Expressway, Audit Services needs to see the unredacted version of the report, We cannot wait until legal services has completed their review. This process may take months and will have impact on audit services completing its review. And then you asked for some details about the city solicitor that's involved. Are you able to expand at just a very high level on why OCA, the Office of the City Auditor, needed the unredacted 2014 Golder Report?
I didn't know what was being redacted. I had no idea what information was being withheld. I had, and I needed like I'm trying to determine whether these two important roads, the Link and the Red Hill, are deteriorating in a manner that is, that is expected, that is normal, that is what we expected, or that may be faster than what we expected. And I had no idea what was redacted. So, like, if the consultant had said something like, like if you read the two reports, you'll see that they've done some core sampling, okay, and they've looked at cracks, and so I thought, well, I don't know, maybe they've got something in there. There's something in there that talks about how these roads are performing, how the pavement of those roads is performing, whether it's deteriorating at a faster or slower rate than expected. And I wanted to see that. I wanted to see a full report, and that's part of my job. It's part of what I'm trying to determine. So I needed to see that information, and that's what I wrote.
So on December 3rd, 2018 at 4:26 p.m., so shortly after your email, Mr. McGuire responds and he adds Diana Cameron and Berdina McNeil, who's the city solicitor, on the file at that point to the email chain. And so his first paragraph, he says, possibly there is some miscommunication here, and we are happy to have you review the file. We have a copy here, and you can arrange with Diana to come and see the copy. The solicitor on the file is CC'd as well, and she is Berdina McNeil. Did you understand from this email from Mr. McGuire that there were any terms or conditions in place about your review of the unredacted 2014 Golder Report?
No, I was actually, when I got that response, I was really surprised. I thought, okay, fine. He's basically, he's accepted my demand that I can see the report, and I was happy to go over as quickly as I could to look at the unredacted report. And when he says, we're happy to have you review the file, I thought, okay, great. He's changed his opinion.
So he goes on to say in the second paragraph, the data we have withheld at Legal Services Advice is related to friction testing and subject to an FOI FIPA request on the subject. There is going and pending litigation on this matter, and we're following their advice. The MFIPA process will be shorter than months, from my understanding. In your view, was that a legitimate basis to delay the Office of the City Auditor's receipt of the unredacted Golder Report?
No, I've done audits. I did a BHIPA audit in 2008, and I got to see all kinds of information that was personal. I mean, that's what I do. It's as an auditor, that's what there's information that may be withheld from the public or withheld from journalists and things like that. But as an auditor, I can see that information. It's part of my job. So no, that's not an excuse.
Prior to your review of the unredacted version of the report, did you have any discussions or receive any correspondence from Mr. McGuire about the terms or conditions of your review?
This is the only thing I ever received from Mr. McGuire regarding terms. He basically is saying I can come in and see it. And I thought, okay, great. I can come in and see it.
Registrar, can you take us over to image 1 of this document? So this is the last email in this chain, and for your reference, Mr. Pellegrini, you're not copied on this. But this is an email that Mr. McGuire sends to Berdina McNeil and Dan McKinnon on December 4th, 2018. And you'll see at paragraphs 2 and 3, he says, the position you had advised was to provide the auditor our 2014 Golder Red Hill Valley Parkway report records on the Red Hill Valley Parkway, inclusive of the condition assessment, but we would redact the friction testing related materials until such time as the MPIPA response had been fully analyzed. Our position was to offer the auditor reading access to the file at my office. That is laid out below in my email to Dominic. Once the MPIPA access had been determined, then we would release the document in its entirety. Did anyone ever convey to you that you would only have reading access to the 2014 Golder report when you went to review it?
No, no one said anything to me about that.
So Mr. McGuire goes on to say, however, today the auditor visited my office while I was in a meeting and made copies of the report. He mentioned that staff allowed it, but I had previously discussed access to these files with him and thought that our approach was understood. Did you attend engineering services to review the unredacted 2014 Golder report on December 4th, 2018?
The following morning, that was the first thing I did.
Did you arrange a set time for your review with engineering services before you went to their offices?
No, what happened was I came into my office. I start work at 8:30, so I got to my office 8:30. The first thing I did was I called Ms. Cameron, Diana Cameron, and asked if I could come over. And she said, yeah, sure.
Did you then walk over from your office to engineering services?
It's about a 10-15 minute walk from my office.
Okay. When you arrived at engineering services, who was present in the office?
I remember seeing Ms. Cameron, Diana Cameron. The banker, Sharma, may have been there, but I don't remember speaking with him or seeing him. I don't remember that, but I do remember Diana being there. And Diana's office, Diana's cubicle is directly across from Mr. McGuire's office. Mr. McGuire's office has a door and then two side lights, so you can see into his office. The door was open, and you could see that from where I was standing and in front of Ms. Cameron's cubicle. If I looked over, I could see Mr. McGuire's office.
Was Mr. McGuire present when you attended?
No.
So what did you do then on arriving at the office?
I spoke with Ms. Cameron for a few minutes, a minute or so, just to, some niceties about the weather and things like that. And then I said, I'm here to see the report. And she said, it's on Mr. McGuire's desk. Not exactly his desk, but there was a side table next to his desk, and the report was on that table. And she said, you're welcome to look at it.
When you were reviewing the report, was it a hard copy document?
Yes, it was a hard copy document.
Was it, how was it set out? For example, was it in a binder? Was it stapled?
My recollection was that it was in a binder, and it was a 3-ring binder, and the binder was opened. And I read I took the sheets I took the copies of the redacted sheets with me. Like, I made photocopies of them, and I took them with me in my bag, and basically I opened it up. I opened up my 2 redacted copies, looked at the pages of the redacted that had the redacted paragraphs in it. I went to the binder. The binder was opened to those pages. So the pages are one next to each other. So I was able to confirm that, yes, this is the same report, but without the redactions. And then I looked at the redaction, and then I think it was the first paragraph referred to an Appendix E, which I had no idea what it was. So I looked at Appendix C, and I saw that it was the trade wind report. And I looked at the trade wind report, and it talked about, the fact that the friction levels were low or below or well below the standard. And when I saw that, I'm going, okay, like this is something that's really very important. I glanced at the graphs that they had, and you could see the value, like you can see the plotted values were well below the standard line. I thought, this is really useful. This is very important for what I'm talking, like for what I'm doing, because it talks not only about the deterioration of pavement, but the fact that friction on that pavement is much lower than expected. So I took the Appendix C out as well from that report. So I had my two, like on my hand, I had the pages with the two redacted paragraphs, the pages, the complementary pages without the redaction, plus the Appendix C. I took those out of the binder. I had them in my hands. I walked over to Ms. Cameron. I said, I'd like to photocopy these. And she looked at me and she said, if Gord let you see it, I don't see why not. Why you can't photocopy it. I thought, okay, great. And then she asked me if I knew where the photocopier was. And I said, I didn't remember where it was in that office. And she said, I'll walk you over. And she did.
So I take from your account then that no one in engineering services suggested to you that you couldn't take copies of the report when you attended on December 4th?
Nobody said anything to me about not taking copies.
The photocopier in engineering services, would you have been able to make those copies yourself? Or was it the kind of photocopier that would require some sort of an access code?
The access code, it does require an access code, but the access code, like whenever I've photocopied anything in any part of the city, my access code works on the photocopiers. So I keyed in my code.
So you then made the copies yourself while Ms. Cameron was present?
As I was making the copies, I think she went back over to her desk.
So just circling back briefly about the version of the 2014 Boulder report that you reviewed on December 4th, were you able to tell if that document was an original or a copy?
It was in color, but I couldn't tell if it was an original or a copy. But it was a color document, like it was like the way that you saw it when you pulled it up.
So you had indicated that you took copies of the redacted pages and the Appendix E, which was the trade wind report. Mm-hmm. Did you then return to your office with those documents?
No, what happened, what I did then was once I took the copies, I brought back the originals back to Mr. McGuire's office. And I indicated to Ms. Cameron that I was bringing back the originals and she was fine. And so I just put them back where they belonged. And then I put the copies, the photocopies in my briefcase. And I walked out of engineering services. On my way out, I ran into Mr. Andoga. We chatted for maybe 2 minutes, just, hello, how are you doing? And I walked out.
And you went back to your office?
I went back to my office. When I got back, again, it's a 10, 15-minute walk. I get back to my office. It's probably around 9:45 at this point in time, 9:30, 9:45, because it didn't take long. And as I got back in my office, my telephone was ringing. I picked up my phone and it's Mr. McGuire, and he's very upset. And he's telling me, you should never have taken the photocopies. I didn't tell you that you could take the copies. And I said, no one said anything. I assumed that I could do this. And then he says, look, you don't understand how much trouble I'm in. I'm going to lose sleep over this. This is, I'm going to have to deal with legal about this issue. And he was very upset. He was like, I almost got the feeling that he was afraid.
Was he yelling?
He wasn't yelling, but his voice was loud and you could tell he was agitated.
How did you respond?
I said, look, Gord, I said, we can always meet and we can talk about this. There's nothing. And he says, you don't understand. And I go, okay, fine. I don't understand, but we can always talk. Right. And he just wouldn't listen to what I was saying.
Okay. Was he making suggestions about what you should do given that you'd made copies of the redacted information at this point?
No, he basically said he had to talk to legal.
You said that you were under the impression that he was afraid. What did you think he was afraid about?
I don't know. I just, the tone of his voice was, he was agitated. And usually when a person's agitated, they're afraid of something.
Did you have any discussions with him on that call about the information that had been redacted from the version of the 2014 Boulder report originally provided to you?
No, because he like I said, he was very upset. And basically he was just telling me I shouldn't have done what I did.
How did the two of you end the call?
I don't recall, but I think it was something like, Gord, I'll talk to you about this later. Or he said, I have to talk to legal. And I said, okay, we'll talk later. And that was it.
So in this email that we have up, and again, you're not copied on this, Mr. McGuire goes on to say at the end, so the last paragraph there, I'm concerned that the audit now has records that may be released prior to our MFIPA response. This may influence our position on this file. I may be overreaching, but feel this is an element that requires some higher level understanding. As such, I've copied Dan McKinnon. Did Mr. McGuire ever express concerns about audit releasing the 2014 Golder report prior to the FOI response to you?
I'm surprised that he wrote that, actually, because like I said, we can meet about this. And he didn't say yes or no when I suggested that to him that morning.
Registrar, can you please take us to overview document 9A, image 192, paragraph 436? So this is just a continuation of that email chain that we were looking at. Ms. McNeil forwards this email to Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabo, who are also with legal. And she writes, FYI, in my discussions with Gord today, I asked whether there was a possibility that the audit department could inadvertently release information about the friction testing reports that could end up being discovered by any counselors before there has been a chance by Public Works and or Legal Services to report on the issue to council. We had no answer between us, so I am raising it with you. Did Mr. McGuire or anyone else at the city ever express concern to you about the Office of the City Auditor inadvertently releasing information about friction testing reports that could have been discovered by counselors before Public Works or Legal had an ability to report?
No, not at all. And like I said before, like I've worked in audit for 22 years. There's been many confidential reports and papers and things that I've seen, many papers with personal information, many papers with all kinds of, classified information, if you want to call it that. No, no one talks about that. No one says something like that to me, ever.
So then the Office of the City Auditor has a process for confidential or in-camera reporting to council if necessary?
Exactly.
In your view, were there steps that Mr. McGuire could have taken to address these concerns about the release of the information with the Office of the City Auditor?
He could have contacted my director or the city auditor and said, look, Charles, let's sit down and talk about this. But he didn't.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Pellegrini. Those are all of my questions for you today. Commissioner, I understand that counsel for Golder and counsel for the MTO do not have questions for Mr. Pellegrini, although I would ask them to confirm that.
So I confirm that we don't have questions. Thank you.
I confirm the MTO doesn't have questions as well.
It's my understanding that counsel for the city may have some questions for Mr. Pellegrini.
Thank you, Commission Counsel. Mr. Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Pellegrini. My name is Sahar Talabi. I'm counsel for the City of Hamilton. I just have a handful of questions for you this morning.
Sure.
In your discussions earlier today with Commission Counsel, you discussed as part of your literature review and Googling just various information that you reviewed the Stantec report, the Lincoln, Alexander Parkway, and Red Hill Valley project sustainability plan. Do you recall having that discussion?
Yes.
And so, sir, Mr. Njoga's evidence in this hearing was that council ultimately did not approve the funds to implement the Stantec report. Were you aware of that?
No.
Okay. And earlier in your discussions about sort of your conversations with Mr. McGuire, you mentioned that you had various conversations with him where he mentioned to you that he was directed by legal services to, he had instructions effectively by Ms. McNeil in legal services to provide a redacted copy of the report to you. And so my question is that you understood that he was actually acting on the direction of legal counsel to do that. Is that right?
Can you repeat your question again, please?
So you understood that Mr. McGuire believed that he had instructions from
Sorry, can you stop? No, okay, you're saying I understood what?
Yes. Did you understand that Mr. McGuire believed that he had instructions from Ms. McNeil to provide a redacted document to you?
No,
So you weren't aware and you didn't understand that he was acting on the direction of legal to provide a redacted document, even though he mentioned that to you in an email?
he mentioned that in an email, but when I looked at that email, it wasn't my impression that he was acting under the directions of legal. No.
So you understood that was the reason why he provided you with the redacted document, but you didn't have an understanding of whether he was directed to do that.
Exactly.
Legal services, is that right?
Exactly.
Okay, great. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner.
Ms. Bruckner, any follow-up?
I have no follow-up.
Okay. Mr. Pellegrini, we appreciate your attending today and providing your evidence. You're excused.
Thank you.
And the rest of us, I think we're waiting for the next witness, Ms. Edwards, who is on board for what time, Ms. Bruckner?
I believe that Ms. Edwards is available to begin her evidence at noon today. So my suggestion would be that we take an early lunch so that we can proceed through to the end of her evidence when she's able to begin.
I think that's a good suggestion. So we'll take our lunch break now and we'll return. We'll stand adjourned until noon.
And Mr. Commissioner, I obviously will not be returning after lunch either.
Yes, I understand that.
All right.
And for what it's worth, you're also excused, Mr. Ruthie.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Afternoon, Commissioner. The commission's next witness is Debbie Edwards. Perhaps we could have Ms. Edwards affirmed.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you affirm the evidence you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Edwards.
Good afternoon.
I understand that you worked for the city of Hamilton or its predecessor from 1988 to 2019. Is that right?
That's correct.
When you first joined in 1988, I take it was the regional municipality of Hamilton Wentworth?
The regional municipality of Hamilton Wentworth, correct.
Okay. And from June 2013 until April 2019, you were the Deputy City Solicitor, Commercial Development and Policy.
Yes.
What roles did you hold before you became Deputy City Solicitor of the Commercial Development and Policy Group?
Going back to the regional municipality of Hamilton Wentworth,
Yes.
I'm trying to remember all the titles, but I think we were assistant city solicitor. No, that's not right. Assistant corporate counsel for the regional municipality of Hamilton Wentworth. I believe that's what we started off with. And then we moved over to the city of Hamilton. There were a few different titles, but in all cases, I was working as a lawyer. I wasn't in a managerial, I was a senior solicitor at one point with the nomenclature in the city of Hamilton, but I was not in a managerial position until the deputy city solicitor position in 2013.
Okay, thank you. I understand that you retired in April 2019.
Correct.
And did you fully retire or did you take another role after leaving the city?
No, I fully retired.
Could you describe the role of the Commercial Development and Policy, or we call it the CDP group?
Right. So the CDP section was, it mainly was solicitors type work, although there was planning and development work, real estate, opinions, contracts, bylaws, covering most of the departments at the city of Hamilton. And there was also some litigation with administrative tribunals, particularly in the planning area, and in a couple of other related boards as well.
Describe your role and responsibilities as Deputy City Solicitor, CDP.
I supervised approximately 13 lawyers. There's either 12 or 13 lawyers at any given time in the CDP section who all had full file loads, or carried full workloads for various departments at the city. I also carried some files myself. And then I had a managerial role dealing with issues that arose with the lawyers who were in my section and doing administrative tasks, filling in for Nicole if she was not, Nicole Otti, if the city solicitor, if she was not available to attend a particular administrative or committee or council meeting, that kind of thing.
And I take it you reported to Nicole Otti, the city solicitor?
Yes, I did.
How did you involve Ms. Otti in your work? Or how much involvement did she have in what the CDP group was doing?
She was not involved in the day-to-day operations of our group, but I would go see, I had meetings with Ms. Otti to discuss matters that needed to be brought to her attention, usually matters that were urgent, or it might be something where I wasn't sure of how to proceed or needed some guidance as whether I was on the right track. And as well, we were, I would see her when we had reports that we were coming out of our section that would be going to committee and council, because she would have to sign off on those. And I would talk to her as well about matters that matters that she needed to be aware of because she was going to be at a committee or council meeting, and that we may have provided some advice on, so she needed to be up to speed for that if she wasn't already. Those are examples.
I understand that there was another deputy city solicitor, Ron Sabo, who was in charge of the dispute resolution group.
Correct.
What overlap or interaction did you have with Mr. Sabo's group?
Most of our overlap would be if a file had started off in our group. And I use the example of a construction lien where if it wasn't proceeding, if it could be resolved before litigation, it might get resolved in the CDP section. But then if it went to when it went to litigation, then often a dispute resolution lawyer would handle it. Similarly, if there was a contract that we had worked on and there was a dispute that was going along, then they might, and it looked like it might be going to litigation, or there was a potential for that, we might have some overlap in that respect.
Did your group have any involvement in any litigation involving the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Not to my knowledge, no.
How much contact did you and your group have with the Public Works Department?
Well, Public Works was, and still is, a very large client group within the city. It covers a wide range of operational issues, wide range of operations. So we had lawyers within our CDP section who worked for various groups within Public Works, and I had some files that would have been with Public Works as well, because I had dealt with them before I became deputy city solicitor in some groups within Public Works, and so that would be basically our involvement. I also had involvement with them with the when we were if somebody was contacting our office and needed to know which lawyer to deal with, because there's so many sections to Public Works, they needed to know which lawyer would be able to help them with their particular issue.
How much interaction did you have with Mr. McGuire in Public Works?
During what time period?
Leading up to October of 2018.
Oh, well, I had worked off and on with Mr. McGuire over the years. He was a longer term employee with the city of Hamilton, and he, I forget his exact title, was manager of was a managerial position. I think it was geomatics or something like that. But we had, I'd worked with him on a number of different matters in the past, or had worked with him and another lawyer in our section in the past. So I knew him, I'd known him for several years and had worked with him for several years, yes.
And I understand that Mr. McGuire was manager of geomatics and corridor management. Does that sound about right?
There it is.
There it is.
The title. Thank you.
And were you and your group involved in contracts relating to the RHVP?
So with the initial, I mean, over the years, I think the equivalent of that group only got established in about the CDP section was only established in around 2005, I think. But but certainly lawyers in the office had dealt with various contracts over the years with the project that was part of it, construction contracts, and there would have been, I'm assuming there would have been consultant contracts over the years.
What involvement does the CDP group have, if any, in freedom of information requests that are received by the city?
Freedom of information, a formal freedom of information request would come into our office, either asking our office to supply documents or to respond to an FOI request that and documents that were within legal services or within the CDP section. So that would be one option, one way that the request would come in. The second way it would come in is either through the client group or the FOI office itself, asking for assistance.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 52704? We could also have image 2 up as well. Thank you. So Ms. Edwards, here we have a Hamilton Spectator article dated July 15th, 2017, called Highway Traffic Tragedies, Why Are There So Many Crashes on the Red Hill? Were you aware of this article when it was published?
I don't specifically recall the article. I do, I would look at the Spectator most days because of looking to see if there were issues with respect to my what was going to be happening within our office or what issues that might be coming up. But I don't specifically recall reading that article. It's quite possible, but I don't specifically recall.
Okay. Do you recall any discussions within the city about this issue of why there were so many crashes on the Red Hill coming up in around the time of this article?
Not in my work capacity, no.
And when you say your work capacity, what do you mean by that?
Like not as working for the city. You're asking about were there discussions at the city? I don't recall those in particular.
Okay. Okay. So you don't recall any discussions with other city staff about this issue?
No, I do not. Okay.
So you'll see at the bottom of the second image, you'll in the third paragraph from the bottom, perhaps Registrar, if we could call that out, the last 3 paragraphs.
Okay.
You'll see, yeah, we'll make it a bit bigger for you.
Oh,
you'll see it references, it says, and the city did test friction later that year. The Spectator has learned, but the results were never made public. There's no official report. Moore said only an informal chart sent in an email in December of 2015. The friction test was not fulsome and the results were inconclusive, he said. But instead of doing further testing as was recommended, the city has decided to repave. And Registrar, if we could just go over to image 3, just to the top 2 paragraphs. Or top 3, first 3 paragraphs. Thank you. You'll see it says, all we got was an indication that we should do further work. Moore said it was moot when we decided to go ahead with repaving. The city refused to share that chart with the Spectator. No one ever releases that type of information because it's the first thing anybody would use in a lawsuit, Moore said. Were you familiar with Gary Moore?
Yes.
Had you had interactions with Mr. Moore over the years?
Yes, of course. Yes.
And were you aware that Mr. Moore had made these comments to the Spectator at the time?
I don't remember the article right now, so I'm sorry, I can't really comment on that.
Okay. But do you recall any discussions about comments that Mr. Moore may have made to the Spectator around this time?
No, I don't.
Ms. Edwards, when did you first become aware of any issues relating to a friction report for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Are you referring to my discussion with Gordon McGuire in October of 2018?
I'm just wondering what's your recollection of the first time an issue was raised?
It would be that, okay, sorry. It would be that telephone conversation with Mr. McGuire in October 4th, 2018.
Okay. We have notes from that call, but before we pull up the notes, I'm just wondering if you can recall how that conversation came about.
I believe that Mr. McGuire had called me and that he had some concerns with information that he had come across and wanted some advice.
Did he tell you what that information was?
Am I able to refer to the notes?
Sure, why don't we pull them up?
Okay, thank you.
Registrar, if you could pull up HAM 64306. Are these the notes of your?
Yes,
Require? Okay.
yes, yes. So can you please re-ask the question?
Of course. So you mentioned that Mr. McGuire had called you and that he had some concerns with information that he'd come across. So what information did he come across?
So it's where my notes say 2013, 2014. He said that there was a number of test results from the past which show staff were aware, and some of the potential contributing factors dealing with the Red Hill Valley Parkway for example, surface conditions and composition. And he wasn't unsure about what was done with the information. So he was in the process of preparing what I call a briefing note to Dan McKinnon, who was the general manager of Public Works. And I understood that they were going to be preparing a report that would go to the December 10th Public Works Committee. And so he was trying to get some guidance on that issue.
Did he tell you how he discovered the information?
No, I don't think so. I just think he said that he found it or he'd come across it, something like that.
Okay. And the note refers to a number of test results. Did he tell you what the test results were?
I don't believe so, because I think I would have written that down.
And so what was the concern in his mind? So he'd come across a number of test results. But why was he getting advice from you about that?
He was working on this briefing note for Dan McKinnon on the performance, because there's going to be a committee meeting dealing with the performance of Red Hill. And it was information that he wasn't sure if it was what had been done with it, if it had been released, if someone had that kind of thing. And so he wanted to talk about that in terms of next steps of what he did with it.
So was the concern the fact that he was unsure of what had been done with it? That was the concern?
He was unsure of what was done with the information, yes. And so he was trying to figure out what he was to do with what would be the next steps.
Did he tell you if the test results were concerning to him?
I don't recall.
Okay, and in your note, in the second line, it says wet weather crash perf PT of spec. What is that referring to?
I believe it means wet weather crash performance was part of Spectator. I think it means part of a Spectator article. I don't know whether it was an article that had been previously published or was one that was going to be published.
Okay, and Ms. Edwards, if it assists, we understand from the documents the inquiry has received that the Spectator reached out to the city on October the 3rd, 2018. Did Mr. McGuire mention that to you?
I don't believe so. But I don't recall anything more on that issue other than what's written in my notes.
So was his call to you prompted by the fact by this wet weather crash performance part of spec? Was that what prompted him to call you?
I don't know. I think that it was part of the background of what he was. I just wrote it down as a background point, I think, when he was talking with what he was talking about.
And then it says, so the note in the third bullet is a number of test results from past which show staff were aware. What were staff aware of?
So staff were aware. Staff were aware of the, that there were, of those results that staff were aware of, and that dealt with the contributing factors to performance of the road, with dealing with composition and surface conditions. I'm sorry, I don't have anything more than what is already written there.
Okay, so where it says, and some of potential contributing factors, your evidence is that that would be potential contributing factors to performance of the road, dealing with surface conditions and composition?
I believe so.
Were you aware, or did Mr. McGuire tell you that there were issues with wet weather crash performance on the road?
I think what he referred to when he was, sorry, I'm putting it on the screen, when he was referring to it, he just referred to wet weather crash performance as part of that spectator report. That's what I recall him telling me.
He didn't tell you that there were any issues with wet weather crash performance?
I'm sorry, it's 4 years ago. I don't recall.
Okay. And then it says, unsure of what was done with info, Gary would have had it.
Right.
So is that something that he conveyed to you?
Yes, that he was unsure about what was done with the test, with those test results, that information, and that Gary would have had it, I believe, referred to Gary Moore, who would have been the Director of Engineering Services at that time.
And the it is the test results?
Yes, I think I meant it for information, but yes.
I see. And then there's a note that says, have been asked to summarize info for Dan McKinnon.
Correct.
And so what is that referring to?
I believe Mr. McGuire said that he was asked to be putting together a summary, I call it a briefing note, for Dan McKinnon on performance of the Red Hill.
Did he say who asked him to provide the summary?
Dan McKinnon, I believe.
I see.
Because I think because they were going to be having, at that time, they were going to be having a meeting on December 10th, dealing with performance of the Red Hill, and it was going to be part of the Public Works Committee meeting scheduled for that day.
Did he tell you if Mr. McKinnon was aware of the test results that he had discovered?
I don't recall that.
And then there's a note that says FOI and there's a circle around it. What is that referring to?
So FOI is my short form for Freedom of Information. I believe that Mr. McGuire thought that he might be expecting a or he could be expecting a Freedom of Information request for this information.
Did he say why?
I don't think one had happened, but I think it was just a comment that he had made. I don't recall anything more than that.
Did he say why he was expecting a Freedom of Information request?
If he did, I did not write it down.
Did you recall?
I do not. No, I don't recall.
Did he express concern if there was a Freedom of Information request made?
I don't believe so. I think it was just a comment. That it might be something that would be happening later that would have to be addressed.
Did he express any concerns about having to disclose the test results that he had found?
I don't believe so.
Do you recall if Mr. McGuire used the term trade wind report or trade wind on that call?
I didn't write it down, and I think I would have if he had referred to a specific consultant. So I don't think we got to that level of detail in that conversation.
Do you recall Mr. McGuire's tone on this call?
No, not really. Just that he had an issue and he was dealing with it. We dealt with a lot of issues over the years, so it was an issue that he had to deal with. Or he felt he needed to deal with it.
Why did he say why he thought that he needed legal advice on this issue?
I think because it was information, he wasn't sure what had happened with it, and he wanted to, and because performance of the Red Hill was going to be going to committee and council, he wanted to make sure that he did things correctly. We were often contacted to assist with commenting on reports as well.
Did he provide you with a copy of the test results that he was referring to?
I don't believe so. Well, not during that phone call. No, I don't believe so.
Did you provide him with any advice on the call?
I think that I did not. I was collecting information because this was a new issue for me in our section. And so I just was collecting the information, and I was going to speak with Mr. Sabot about it.
Okay. And did you tell Mr. McGuire that you would speak to Mr. Sabot?
I don't recall if I said that specifically.
Why did you want to speak with Mr. Sabot about it?
Because I knew that because I hadn't been dealing with the performance of the Red Hill issues in our section. So I didn't think that was, so that was an issue. Secondly, he was talking about information that may or may not have been released. So I wasn't sure whether there might be some liability issue there. And I was also, this was on a Thursday, and I was going to be away on vacation the following week. So if this matter was going to continue to require attention from our office, I wanted to make sure someone was managing the issue or there to provide assistance while I was away.
Do you recall anything else about this October the 4th, 2018 call that you haven't already told us?
No, I don't believe so.
And so how did you leave the call? What's it in terms of next steps? I think you had said that you were going to speak with Mr. Sabot. Did you have any understanding of what Mr. McGuire was going to do?
I didn't write it down, so I don't know whether, I don't know whether he told me he was going to send me an email that night with his draft briefing note or not, but that is what he did.
Okay. Before we get to that email, before this call, so the October 4th, 2018 call, had you had any contact with anyone in the city about issues relating to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
In terms of performance?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
Okay. And before, in 2018, do you recall if you had any contact with anyone within the city about contracts relating to the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
Goodness. I don't believe I did personally. I don't know if any lawyer within our section did, but I did not personally.
Okay. Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64308, image 18? We could also put up image 19. Thank you. So at the bottom of page 1, you'll see an email from Mr. McGuire to you on October the 4th, 2018, 8:07 p.m. Subject as discussed. And he says, "Hi, Debbie, this draft review outlines my review of the materials in use on the RHVP. Page 2 details the draft report chronology and preliminary findings. Let's talk about this tomorrow if possible." So I take it that this email was sent to you after you had had the call with him that we just talked about?
Yes, I believe so.
To your knowledge, why was he sending you this email?
I think it was explaining further that this was his draft. This was his draft briefing note. I saw it as like a first draft of his briefing note to Mr. McKinnon. And so it had more information in there about where he was at so far in the process. And he thought it would be helpful for our discussion on October 5th to be able to determine next steps.
Okay, he does say, let's talk about this tomorrow if possible. So it sounds like you and he had agreed that there would be some further follow-up.
Oh, there would be follow-up. I would not have left it. As I said, I wouldn't have left it because it was for no other reason yeah, I would not have left it.
And I think you testified that why don't we go to the draft review? So Registrar, if you could pull up image 20. Maybe 21 as well, just so we can. So these are the first 2 pages of the document that was attached to Mr. McGuire's email. And what was it your understanding that this was the draft briefing note to Mr. McKinnon that he had described on his call with you the day prior?
Yes, I understood it to be like when I saw it, like a first draft that he had put together.
Okay. Did you review this at the time?
Just briefly, because we were going to be talking further about it on Friday, the 5th, sorry.
Okay, and in the
I believe
first,
I would have, but I don't specifically recall.
okay. And in the first paragraph, he says, in summary, read the RHVP, Susan and I have reviewed and I provide the summary of activity and my understanding of the process around the resurfacing of this asset. Did you have any understanding of who Susan was?
If I were guessing, I think it would be Susan Jacob, but that would be, I don't recall if we had a specific conversation about that.
Did he mention Susan Jacob on his call with you?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
And then you'll see on the second page, the registrar, could we call out the 2 paragraphs that start Appendix E, about the middle of the page? You'll see here he refers to Appendix E as a 2013 draft friction study, Tradewind Scientific for Golders, for the link and RHVP at that time that indicates the link is performing well regarding friction readings. However, the RHVP was performing below or well below the acceptable levels of a facility of this nature based on a UK model. Golders recommends in their 2014 report, page 8, to apply microsurfacing over the entire facility to address the relatively low FN coefficient and remove the frictional component as an element. Do you recall if he had conveyed this information to you in the call the day before?
I don't think that level of detail was in that call. I think it was just an overview of the issue. So it'd be what was in my notes. That's what I understood at the time.
Okay. Registrar, if you could go back to image 18, please. In the top email on this page, you'll see an email from you to Mr. Sabot. This is the next day, October the 5th, 2018 at 12:41 p.m. You forwarded Mr. Sabot the email from Mr. McGuire, and you say, it's marked importance high, sensitivity private. Hi, Ron, I have to still connect with Board McGuire, but if possible, I would appreciate having a quick discussion with you this afternoon as there appears to be a potential liability issue. I'm hoping to have some time between 2 and 3 p.m. if you're available, and maybe we could speak with Gord together, especially if this might carry over into next week when I'm away. Was there a sense of urgency to address this matter from your perspective?
Urgency in the sense that if anybody is bringing something to me and I haven't got all the information with respect to it, and I'm going on vacation, I want to make sure that I get it addressed, or at least I know it's in someone's hands who can keep it moving. And at the point that I was sending it to Ron, I didn't have all the information, and I wanted to make sure that we could keep things moving while, because I was going to be away.
Okay. So from your perspective, any urgency was driven by the fact that you were planning on being away the following week?
Primarily because, and also because I was going to be away and we didn't have all the information. So I wanted to keep things moving so we can make sure we get, and we hadn't talked to Gord again yet after he had sent that document to us. So, or to me, sorry. Okay.
And you mentioned a potential liability issue. And so what was the potential liability issue from your perspective?
That there were documents that may not have been released, and I didn't quite. Yeah, there were documents that had been located, and they weren't sure what to do with those. So wanting to see what the whether there was going to be an issue because of that.
And when you say that there were documents that may not have been released, what was released to who? Was it released to council? Released to who?
Well, there were documents from what Gord had said to me the previous day. There were documents that had not yet been, that he had located, and he couldn't find where that information had gone, whether it had been released to anyone, whether it be council or anybody else. So trying to figure out what happened to those documents.
Okay. Did you recall speaking with Mr. McGuire and Mr. Sabot on October the 5th, 2018?
On October 5th, yes.
Okay. Do you recall if you spoke with Mr. Sabot before the call with Mr. McGuire?
I believe I did. I believe I spoke with Mr. Sabot in his office. I don't recall it being a long conversation. I can't remember the details of it at the time, but then we went on the phone. I believe we called Mr. McGuire from Mr. Sabot's office.
Did you recall what you and Mr. Sabot talked about?
I think we talked about the whole situation with Mr. McGuire, and that because the documents were draft, we were not clear whether there was there was more information to be gathered because they were draft. There's usually a reason why they're still drafts, so we didn't know whether they had been shared with anybody, whether there had been discussions with the consultant to try to get clarification on things like what had happened. It felt like it was an incomplete picture. And so we had talked with Mr. McGuire about speaking with Mr. Moore, who was still around because I believe at that time he was working for the LRT office. And so we said that we thought he should speak with Mr. Moore to find out if he could get more information, just so we would have a more complete picture about whether there was even an issue or not with this. In my experience in the past, we have situations where sometimes people would raise an issue and it turned out, if you just do a little bit more digging, you might find that it was you might get the answer that you were missing. So
Okay,
I wanted to make sure that was the case here. See if that was the case here.
And what you just brought, that was your discussion with Mr. Sabot before getting on the
No,
call.
no, that was our discussion with Mr. McGuire and Mr. Sabot together.
I see. So in do you recall the discussion with Mr. Sabot before Mr. McGuire comes on the line?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. No, other than I think just a general discussion before we would then talk to him, because we wanted to talk to him together and ask our questions together.
Okay. And when Mr. McGuire had contacted you the day prior, did he tell you that it was draft test results? Where did you get the idea of it being a draft from?
It's in the in his email. He says this is the draft report chronology, and I think it's in the is it in the attachment?
Yes. So in Mr. We can pull it up again. It's in image 20. We can maybe perhaps put it next to it. So it does refer to Appendix E being a 2013 draft friction study. Oh, sorry, image 21. We just looked at that, yeah.
Yeah, they just say draft, yes.
Okay, so that's where you learned that it was a draft. It was
I
from.
believe so. I can't remember now without going back to the notes from October 4th if he said that it was draft then too, but it was referred to in that document as draft.
Okay. So I think you testified that you and Mr. Sabot called Mr. McGuire together.
I believe so, yes.
Registrar, if we could pull up image 13 in the same document. Are these your notes from the call with Mr. McGuire and Mr. Sabot?
Yes.
Okay, and the note says Gord to speak with Gary Moore before finalizing note to Dan McKinnon. Need more context, especially since Golder report is draft, if i.e. Does it say?
That's IE, yes.
IE not.
It's IE,
Okay.
yes. Not
And that-
final.
Okay, and that's what you just described to us just now, that because it was a draft, the three of you talked about Mr. McGuire getting more information?
Yes, from Mr. Moore to find out if there was anything more, because it was still draft, if there was anything more, if there's anything more, any more information with respect to that, to explain why that was the case and what happened with the report.
Did Mr. McGuire indicate if he'd already done any kind of digging on that front?
Well, he had presented what he thought at that point in time in that draft briefing note, but he had not spoken with Mr. Moore. To my memory is he had not spoken to Mr. Moore.
Did he indicate why he was coming to legal first before reaching out to Mr. Moore?
No, but I didn't find that unusual.
Why is that?
Because we would get calls from people a lot, from clients lots of times about asking, trying to ask questions, and sometimes we're able to just help them. We're just able to help them think about other ways in which they can get information or try to figure things out. So I didn't find that unusual that he was asking that. He came to us first, I should say.
You didn't find it unusual that he would call the city's legal department before going and speaking with Mr. Moore to see what had happened with the draft report?
No.
And then there's a note that says we should see, is it revised?
Yes, revised draft briefing note and proposed committee reports.
Okay. And so what's that note referring to?
Just that once he got his information, and he would be revising the draft briefing note and working on any proposed committee reports that he should share them with our office, so we could take a look at them and see if there is any advice that we would provide for them. We often even had a section within the standard committee report document for provision of legal, I think it said legal implications or something like that.
And so the "we" in that sentence, is that the legal department?
That's correct.
Okay. Actually, in the first part where you say board to speak with Jerry Moore, was that your and Mr. Sabo's advice to Mr. McGuire?
I think it was our action plan as a result of our discussions.
Okay. And then it says Ron recalls info on surface quality of road coming up before.
Yes.
What is that referring to?
I think it was just a comment that he made. I don't recall anything more with respect to that.
And then it says board will gather more info and get back to us.
Correct.
So in terms of the more info that he was gathering, what was your understanding of the scope of that?
Well, he was going to get the more info by talking to Mr. Moore, and then depending on what information Mr. Moore gave him, it might take him down whatever path of having to get more information there, and then trying to see where it all stood after that. And then he would get back to us. And with the, at that time, I think I was just expecting the revised draft briefing note and committee reports.
And when you refer to the committee reports, that's the report to the Public Works Committee?
Yeah, the December 10th committee that he had talked about at that time, yes.
And was it your understanding that the trade wind results would be disclosed to the Public Works Committee in the December 10th report?
I don't know. I think it would depend on what was, I think it was going to depend on what we found out through the throughout the discussions with Mr. Moore, and then what information was found out, because we didn't, at that point, I didn't know if those results were the actual, I did not know enough about what those results were in the draft report.
Right. So a decision hadn't yet been made about whether it whether or not those results would go to Public Works Committee on December 10th.
I think that's fair.
And then it says good news is repairs are planned for 2019.
Yes.
What's that referring to?
I believe during the course of the conversation, as we talked about what, as we were talking about the matter, that the good news in all this was that the repairs, that there were repairs planned for the Parkway for 2019. We were in October of 2018. And in my mind, that was fairly quick, quite quick, because we weren't talking another 5-year budget cycle or anything like that. We were talking about within the next year that they would be doing repairs to that roadway.
And so that was considered to be good news because the results indicated there were issues with the road conditions on the parkway?
No, it was regardless of all that in any event, regardless of what all that, of what there was there, that the road was going to be repaired. So there wasn't any, yeah, so it did not see that there was a safety issue at that time.
Was it also good news because the point was that even if there were some issues with this draft report, it wouldn't matter because the road was going to be repaved?
I don't recall it coming up in that context.
Did you discuss whether any steps would need to be taken before the repaving?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Did you discuss with Mr. McGuire whether any steps would need to be taken by the city before the repaving?
in terms of, I'm still not understanding. I'm sorry.
Did you discuss any steps that the city might have to take before the repaving of the road in the context of this discussion of it being good news?
I think we just had that comment was made during our discussion, and we didn't get into any other discussion regarding the repaving or the repair process, if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Did Mr. McGuire raise any concerns regarding the safety of the road?
Not that I recall.
So were there any action items for you or for Mr. Sabot following this call?
No, we were waiting to hear back from Mr. McGuire.
Did you and Mr. Sabot have any further discussions following this call? Before November of 2018?
Oh, before November of 2018. No, I don't believe we had any discussions between then and November of 2018. I should say that what I did have one action item that I did was I did BF my file. Sorry, did a bring forward on my file to the end of October of 2018, as I had expected it might take Mr. McGuire a little bit of time, depending on what information he got from Mr. Moore and where that took him. He might need a bit more time in order to do that work and to work on the documents and then be getting back to us. And so I had identified in my system that it might not be to wait and see if I'd heard from him by the end of October.
The registrar, could we pull up image 1 of the same document? I think this is a photocopy of a sticky note.
It is. It's
that okay? Okay,
and a note on it, yes.
And at the bottom it says BF to end of October to see if have heard anything more from Gord McGuire. Is that what it says?
Correct.
Okay, and that's what you're referring to when you refer to the bring forward.
Yes, so I believe I did that after I was after the meeting on the phone call with Mr. McGuire and Mr. Sabot on the 5th. I believe that I put that into my system for to hear back when he to hear back from him.
Did you hear back from Mr. McGuire?
I don't believe so.
Did you follow up with him after the end of October?
No, I don't know when it was when the file was actually brought to me. It would depend on a few things there, but no, I don't believe so.
Right, when you say, oh, I see, because you put the sticky note to, is it your assistant to bring it forward to you?
Correct.
I see.
And we would try to space out all my bring forwards to give me enough time to be able to deal with them. And so some of them would be, I don't know which day I would have got it, kind of thing, and then how that timing would have worked.
Okay, but ultimately you don't recall any further discussions with Mr. McGuire?
I don't recall any further discussions. That's correct.
Okay. Did you consider raising the issues that Mr. McGuire had raised with you with Ms. Audie at the time?
Not at that time, because I was waiting to see what additional information Mr. McGuire was going to be able to obtain.
Okay, and so in your mind, it hadn't risen to the level of requiring the city solicitor's involvement?
That's correct. I didn't think I had a complete picture yet, and I wanted to make sure that we had a complete picture, because you need that complete picture for telling her or for bringing any kind of report to committee and council, because we want to make sure that we have that we're able to answer any questions that might be raised as a result of it. And if we just have more questions, it may or may not be it may not be that helpful. So trying to make sure we had as complete a picture as possible.
And so you had brought forward this in your own file for the end of October. Were there discussions with Mr. McGuire as to roughly when he would be getting back to you?
No, he would have his own internal deadlines to deal with for getting reports and such done. So he would be working towards those and then reaching out to me. So I knew he would have those deadlines anyway. And I thought that based on that, I probably would hear from him late October, early November kind of thing.
Okay. And was there a sense of urgency in terms of Mr. McGuire gathering the information?
I don't know if at that I didn't have a sense of urgency overall at that time, but he's certainly the next step was to get that information.
Registrar, could we pull up image 5 of the same document? We could put images 5 and 6 up on the screen. So at the bottom of the first page of this email, you'll see an email from Mr. Sabot to you and to Mr. McLennan on October 11th, 2018. The subject is pavement, and Mr. Sabot writes, FYI, and in relation to a recent discussion Debbie and I had over consultants or drafts of reports studying the surface of the Red Hill Expressway. I wonder where numbers for the RHE would put it in comparison to the international standards in the link below. Then he says, also, John, is your recollection the same as mine that plaintiff's counsel in recent years had been aware of or requesting information on the RHE studies as a result of some discussions at city committees or in the press? Were you familiar with Mr. McLennan?
Yes.
Had you had any discussions with Mr. McLennan about the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And I think you testified that you didn't have any further discussions with Mr. Sabot after the call with Mr. McGuire. Is that right?
Yes, I don't think I had any discussions. There is this email, but I didn't have an actual, I don't recall having an in-person discussion with him.
Right. And when it says recent discussion, that's referring to the October 5th, 2018.
Yes, I believe so, because this was now the following week when I was away.
Okay, right. So you were away on vacation the week of October the 8th to the 12th, 2018.
Correct.
Do you recall talking to, so on October the 5th, do you recall talking to Mr. Sabot about involving Mr. McLennan in any way?
No, I don't. I do not.
What Mr. Sabot says in the second paragraph about plaintiff's counsel in recent years being aware of or requesting information, was that information that he had conveyed to you and to Mr. McGuire as well on October the 5th?
No, I don't recall that. I don't recall that coming up.
Okay.
And it wasn't in my notes as well, so I don't think it did.
Do you recall if you reviewed the document in the link? We can pull it up. A registrar, maybe you can put it up next to image 1. It's RHV 897.
So I think that I saw this email as being just for my information more than anything else, and that most of it was geared towards Mr. McLennan. I did not, I don't specifically recall reviewing that attachment.
Okay. Did you discuss what Mr. Sabot had given to you with Mr. McGuire?
No, I don't believe I did.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Sabot?
I don't know.
Follow-up
I
with
don't
Mr.
know.
McGuire? Okay. So between this email and let's say November the 8th, 2018, did you have any further discussions with Mr. Sabot about this issue?
Not that I can recall, no.
Okay. Registrar, you can take down these documents. If we could put up HAM 53793. Images 1 and 2, please. So Ms. Edwards, at the bottom of image 1, you'll see an email from Mr. McGuire to you and to Jasmine Graham on November the 8th, 2018, 11:04 a.m. And he says, "Hi ladies, see the attached for testing results on the RHVP. I have the last 2 years data. Can we discuss this today if possible?" And then there's an email chain that's forwarded regarding the Freedom of Information request 18189.
Yes,
I take it that between October the 5th and this email, you hadn't had any further communications with Mr. McGuire about the issues that he'd raised previously?
I believe that's correct.
And was this your first time learning about the Freedom of Information request?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you speak with Mr. Sabot or anyone else in the legal department on November the 8th when you received this email?
I don't believe I spoke with anybody on November 8th
About this issue? Okay.
about this issue. I don't believe so. I think it was the next day.
Do you recall your reaction when you got this email?
No, other than it was that it was a Freedom of Information request, and that the turnaround time was within a week. And yes, and I think that's about it at that point.
Okay. Registrar, could we pull up RHV 1015? So we actually have a voicemail message that was sent to you on November the 8th, 2018 at 11:44 a.m.
Mhm.
And here we have the transcription. It says, "Hi, Debbie, it's Gord. It's 11:45. I'm just on my way to a meeting for budget. I'm kind of in a bunch of stuff going on for the rest of the day. I would like to touch base with you. I sent you an email, and it's regarding a conversation we had before about the Red Hill Valley. So when you get a chance, just shoot me an email, and we can set up a time or something to have a quick conversation." Would you recall getting that voicemail?
Well, yes, I didn't recall the details of it, but I know that there was voicemail, yes.
Okay. Registrar, this document is not, I don't think, in any of the overview documents, so it could be marked as Exhibit 167.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. If we could now pull up RHV 1016. So here is another transcription of another voicemail message. This one is November the 8th, 2018 at 6:02 p.m. And it says, "Debbie, hi, it's Gord McGuire. I'm still trying to connect with you. You can try my cell if you want." He gives his phone number. "I would like to touch base with you on that matter we talked about before regarding the Red Hill. Give me a shout. Thanks a lot. Bye." So I take it that you didn't speak with Mr. McGuire between the first voicemail and the second one?
Apparently not.
Okay. Registrar, could we mark this document as Exhibit 168?
Noted, Council. Thank you.
So Ms. Edwards, did you call Mr. McGuire back?
Yes, I did.
So do you recall when you called him back?
I believe it was either after this second voicemail message or the following day. I believe it would have been before I sent the FOI request to Mr. Sabot.
Okay. So it would be.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I don't know what my schedule was like on the 8th, so I can't really comment about what I was doing that day or any otherwise. So.
Okay, but your best recollection is that it would either have been the evening of the 8th or the morning of the 9th. Is that fair?
That's what I believe, yes.
Okay. what do you recall about your call with Mr. McGuire on the evening of the 8th or the morning of the 9th?
That he was, you got my note as well there for that, my written notes, or do you want me to speak without that first?
Well, yeah, tell me if you have a recollection. We can.
I just know that I spoke with him about the fact there was the FOI, and I know that it was only a 1-week turnaround for a response for responsive documents, and that that was normal for the FOI office, and that he also had some concerns about timing because he was going to be away on vacation starting on the 15th of November, and I believe that the FOI office wanted the information by the 15th. So there was some time sensitivity, and he wanted to get some advice with respect to the documents.
I can tell you if he has taken any steps about this issue between the October 5th call that he had with you and this call.
So he did tell me he had not yet spoken with Mr. Moore, and that because we had that conversation, and I understood that he was going to then speak with Mr. Moore, and I was going to take a closer look at the FOI request.
Did he say why he hadn't talked to Mr. Moore yet?
I don't have any, I don't recall, and I don't believe I have any notes to that effect. I mean, he's in his, the only thing I will say is he's in his first 6 months of a new role. And so I'm sure there were things flying all over, not trying to minimize anything, but he was, I'm sure he was pretty busy.
Did you recall Mr. McGuire's tone during this call?
I would say that I thought he was anxious to be able to deal with this issue because there was now this time sensitivity. And he wanted to make sure that he was responding to it.
And so your understanding is that the anxiety or him being anxious was related to the timing?
Well, the timing and making sure that he did what he was supposed to be doing.
Registrar, could you pull up HAM 64308, image 8? Ms. Edwards, you had mentioned a note of this call. This note here is undated, but is this a note from the call you had with Mr. McGuire, either late on November 8th or early on November the 9th?
Yes, I believe, yes, I believe that to be it.
Okay, where it says friction test done for Golder, refer to in Golder report. What's that referring to?
I think it's just about the, that was part of the documents that Mr. McGuire was going to be speaking with Mr. Moore about. And the question was whether those documents would end up being subject to that FOI request. I think that was part of, would be responsive to that FOI request.
I see. Okay. And did he express concern that it would be responsive to the FOI request?
I think he just wanted to make, he just wanted to figure out whether it was or not. And then we had the conversation that he had not yet talked to Gary, so I didn't feel that we were in any position to make comment yet because we needed to get the information that we had talked about before.
Okay. And is that what you conveyed to him? What did you convey to him about his question about whether or not this friction test would be responsive?
I believe I said to him that I asked him if he had spoken with Mr. Moore and we needed to get that information so we would know where to go from here.
Okay. And where it says advice for next steps, and then it says why hot in place, what's that referring to?
advisory next steps, I think he just was wanting to know what would happen next. He wanted to get advice about what he should be doing, but the hot in place, I don't specifically recall.
Do you recall him mentioning, why was he mentioning hot in place with you on this call?
I just don't recall.
Did you have an understanding of what hot in place meant?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay. And so where did you leave things on this call in terms of the advice that you were giving to Mr.
He was going to speak with Mr. Moore, and then I was going to take a closer look at the FOI request and speak with Mr. Sabot, because we had both been dealing with Mr. McGuire previously.
Do you recall anything else from this conversation with Mr. McGuire?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Registrar, if we could pull up image 10 and image 11 in the same document. Thank you. So you'll see at the bottom of page 2 of this email chain, there's an email from you to Mr. Sabot on November the 9th, 2018 at 9:08 a.m. And you say, Ron, Gordon McGuire has received this FOI request and is very anxious about it. He would appreciate some advice. So I am hoping that you and I can discuss perhaps on Monday. His deadline is the 15th and he is scheduled to be out of the country from the 15th to the 26th. Thanks, Ron, Debbie. And so I take it that the conversation we just talked about happened at some point before November the 9th, 2018 at 9:08 a.m.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And you say that Mr. McGuire is very anxious about the FOI request.
Mm-hmm.
You had mentioned that he was going away. Was that the extent of his anxiety?
Well, I think he was going away, and he was he wanted to make sure that he was responsive to dealing with this issue before he went away, and he wanted to make sure that he was connecting with me and that we were going to be addressing it, and because he had left a couple of voicemail messages for me, so he was. Yes, I think that he was anxious about it.
Okay.
About making sure everything was addressed.
And why did you send this to Mr. Sabot?
Because we had been, because Mr. Sabot and I had been dealing with Mr. McGuire previously when it came to this issue of the, with respect to the service quality issue back in October. And I wanted to discuss with him how we would handle the, who would be providing the advice on, with respect to the FOI request.
Okay. And we see an email response from Mr. Sabot at 2:44 p.m. on the same day where he says, I've asked Berdina to touch base with Gord. Ultimately, the advice here, if any, would be for the FOI office as they're making the decision on the FOI response.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a discussion with Mr. Sabot?
I don't think so. I think I just got the email response from him.
Okay. And were you familiar with Berdina?
Berdina McNeil, yes, I was. He was
So
a lawyer in the dispute resolution section at the time.
Okay. Did you have any further discussions with Mr. Sabot about this issue that had been raised?
I don't believe so. Although I think there's actually I say that, I think there's a note which says I had a discussion with him on the 13th, but I don't recall what that was about.
Okay, and Registrar, if you could pull up images 9 and 10. So on the first page of this email chain, there's an email from you to Berdina McNeil, November 11th, 2018 at 3:43 p.m. And you say, hi, Berdina, given the email from Ron below, I'm happy to have you reach out to Gord, but want to make sure that you're aware of his sensitivity and context. Please let me know if you have a few minutes to chat on Monday, tomorrow. Thanks, Berdina, Debbie. And then Ms. McNeil responds, hi, Debbie, yes, whenever you are free today to chat. And so I take November the 12th is a Monday, right?
November 12th is a Monday, yeah.
Yeah. And so what were you referring to when you said that you wanted Ms. McNeil to be aware of his sensitivity and context?
So I wasn't sure as to what conversation Ms. McNeil had with Mr. Sabot. And so I wanted to, my recollection is that I wanted to just update her or give her some context of the discussions that Mr. Sabot and I had with Mr. McGuire. And I believe I was telling her about the explain that Mr. McGuire was new to the position, had come across this document or documents, and so he was dealing with that. He's going to be away. He's got and he wants to make sure that he gets it addressed before he's gone. So just to give her that complete timing and sensitivity and context for her.
And did you give that sensitivity and context to Ms.
I believe I did, yes.
Okay, so what did you say to Ms. McNeil? And this was this on November the 12th, 2018?
Yes. So I think from the emails and notes that there are, I believe that I spoke with her in the afternoon of the 12th, but and I have a recollection I spoke to her in her office, but I don't specifically recall the details of that discussion. Other than, I should say, I think that from the notes, she did ask me if I had a copy of the reports that there was the reports from the Tradewin report or Golder report, I should say Golder report. But and so I went to look and see if I had that or not. If I had a copy of that report.
I see. Okay. So Registrar, if we could pull up image 5. And so at the top of this page, you see an email from you to Ms. McNeil on November the 12th, 2018 at 2:03 p.m.
Yes.
Say, Berdina, just to close the loop on our discussion this afternoon, I can't find an email with any of the reports, draft or otherwise. The board will have to provide the draft Golder report to you. However, I did see the email below from Ron to John McLennan, which I thought I would share with you. Note that I can't find a response from John. Good luck in your discussion with Gord this afternoon, and many thanks for your assistance with this. And so this is what you were referring to when you referred to a note?
Yes,
Yeah,
sorry,
okay.
The email, yes.
Okay. And so this tells you that you spoke with Ms. McNeil at some point before 2:03 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever get a copy of the Tradewin report?
I don't think I ever got one. At this point in time, I don't believe I had ever received a copy of it. I believe I received one a few months later as part of a press release that was issued, a media release that was issued by the city.
Okay, so the first time you recall seeing the Tradewin report was as part of the press release that went out when the Tradewin report was released to the public.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. Do you recall ever seeing the 2014 Golder report?
No, I don't believe I saw that either.
Did you tell Ms. McNeil about your discussions with Mr. McGuire back in October of 2018?
I believe I would have. I can't recall specifically, but I believe I would have.
Did you provide Ms. McNeil with the draft review that Mr. McGuire had sent to you in October?
I don't know. I don't have a, I don't have a, I don't think I found I don't think there's an email of me doing so.
Okay. And did you provide Ms. McNeil with your notes of your calls with Mr. McGuire?
No, I don't believe so.
Registrar, if we could pull up image 7, the same document. Do you recall speaking with Mr. McGuire on November the 12th, 2018? So that's the Monday.
Yes.
How was that call initiated?
I believe Mr. McGuire called me back. So this was he and I had the conversation on either the evening of the 8th or the morning of the 9th. And so that was Thursday night or Friday morning. And then on Monday, he called me back to say that he had spoken with Mr. Moore. And this is basically a brief summary of what he had said to me.
Okay. And do you recall if he had called you back before you spoke with Ms. McNeil?
I don't recall that part.
Okay. What did he say about his discussion with Mr. Moore?
He said that Mr. Moore had said that he had sent the information, which I took as being the test results or the Golder report, or over to Diana, who I understood to be Diana Swaby in risk management, and that he had sent the information over about 2 years ago, that the report had looked at a UK standard and there was no standard in Ontario. And so he felt that the report was a bit misleading since it was not binding. And that Mr. Moore didn't recall or doesn't recall receiving any response to the provision of the report. And Miss John McLennan, who is the manager of risk management services, is aware.
Just so I understand, when you say that Mr. Moore doesn't recall receiving any response, that's response from risk management or a response from who?
Well, I'm trying to remember. I can't remember if it was risk management or if it was response from the consultant.
Which consultant?
So I don't know if it would be Golder or Tradewind.
And why would Mr. Moore have been expecting a response from Golder or Tradewind?
So this is, again, whether there were any changes to be made to any report. Like, remember my comment earlier about finding out whether Mr. Moore, whether he had tried to do anything, to have any conversations about the report about the draft report with the consultants, that Mr. McGuire was going to try to find that sort of information out. So I can't recall whether that line is about doesn't recall receiving any response from the consultant or whether it was from risk management.
I see. So did Mr. McGuire say that Mr. Moore had gone back and talked to the consultants?
That's the part I'm not remembering. I'm sorry.
Okay. Did he say when he spoke with Mr. Moore?
No, I did not write it down, so I do not know.
Okay, but presumably it was sometime between the November 8th or 9th call with you and November the 12th.
Correct.
Where it says John McLennan is aware, what was your discussion around Mr. McLennan's awareness?
I think it was just that Mr. McLennan was aware of the information that had been sent over to risk management 2 years previously,
And that's what Mr. McGuire was conveying to you.
that Mr. Moore had said to him.
Okay, not that Mr. McGuire had spoken with Mr. McLennan, to your understanding.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
This was all what this was all what I understood Mr. Moore had said to Mr. McGuire.
Okay, so everything in that note that we just went over is Mr. McGuire conveying to you what Mr. Moore had said to him.
Correct.
Okay, and then in the bottom, it says Boulder report. I think it says spec October 26, 2018.
Right.
What is that note referring to?
I don't recall.
Did you recall having any discussion about the Spectator?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall anything else from this conversation with Mr. McGuire beyond what you've told us just now?
No, I do not.
Did you convey, what, if anything, did you do with this information that Mr. McGuire had given to you?
I can't recall if I conveyed this information to Ms. McNeil. If I had that information before I spoke with Ms. McNeil or not, I can't recall that.
Okay.
But I also knew Mr. McGuire was going to be speaking with Ms. McNeil.
Do you recall speaking with Ms. McNeil about this matter after that call we just talked about on November the 12th, 2018?
Yeah, I can't remember the timing on that. I'm assuming so, but I cannot recall specifically.
You mean, so do you recall a further discussion with Ms. McNeil after the file gets passed to her?
After the file goes to Ms. McNeil, I don't believe I had any further discussions with her after the file, after she started to take carriage of it after that.
Okay, and so that would have been November the 12th, 2018.
Correct.
Registrar, could you pull up image 3, the same document? So here, just in the bottom right-hand corner, we have a handwritten note that says, I think it says subsequent discussions with D. McKinnon, Zagaric, Ron, and Nicole, re-FOI request. Next steps, November 13th, 2018.
Yep.
Is that your note?
It's my handwriting.
And what is that note reflecting?
It's reflecting as that date. I said that I had discussions with those individuals about the FOI request and next steps. But I don't recall whether I was in a meeting or if I had, or if it was separate discussions.
Did you recall having discussions with Mr. Zagaric?
On this issue, I don't.
Do you recall?
I've got a note there, but I just don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall having any discussions with Mr. McKinnon ever about this issue?
I'm sure I must have, but I don't recall.
And why do you say you must have? Because of this note?
Because I have that note.
I see. Okay. Apart
Yeah.
from this note, you don't have any other.
No, I don't. I don't.
And what about Ms. Audie? Do you recall ever speaking about this issue with Ms. Audie?
No, not apart from the note.
Okay. And I think that you testified that after Mr. Sabot passed the file off to Ms. McNeil, you didn't recall any discussions with Mr. Sabot as well. Is that fair?
Correct.
Registrar, could we pull up HAM 61981? So Ms. Edwards, here we have a calendar appointment addressed to Mr. Zagarek, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Sabo, and copied to Ms. McNeil for November the 13th, 2018. You're not identified as a participant, but we're just wondering if this might assist your recollection in terms of whether or not you met with any of these individuals.
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Okay, and so you don't recall attending a meeting in the city manager's office about this?
No, I attended a lot of meetings in the city manager's office over the years. I just don't specifically recall this one, unfortunately.
Okay. So after November the 13th, 2018, did you have any further involvement on this matter relating to friction and the RHVP?
No, other than I was forwarded a copy of the media release in February of February 2019.
Okay, Registrar, could we pull up HAM 64390? Is this the forwarding of the media release you're referring to?
Yes,
Okay, so this is coming from Jen Racine on February the 7th, 2019.
correct.
Do you recall why this was being forwarded to you?
No, I think it was probably forwarded to me for just information purposes, but I don't recall anything further than that.
Okay. Registrar, could we mark this document as the next exhibit, which I believe is 169?
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any insight into what your colleagues were doing on this matter with Mr. Sabo and Ms. Audie and Ms. McNeil from November the 13th, 2018 through to February of 2019?
I knew they were working on it, but I was not directly involved with the matter.
Did you have any indirect involvement?
Not that I can recall.
So you weren't getting any updates or anything like that from your colleagues about this?
No, I don't believe so. Anything that I might have seen would be in the newspaper.
And Registrar, if you could pull up HAM 64308, image 2. So here we have an email from you to Ms. Audie, April the 12th, 2019, where you're sending her the miscellaneous. You say that you found the miscellaneous physical file for this matter. There isn't a lot, but I was first contacted by Gord McGuire on October 4th, 2018. And then you describe, I think, the evidence that we've now gone over.
Yes.
And then you say, I will have Anita flag in my file system that this miscellaneous file is going to you for future reference. And then you include a reference to the electronic file. Why were you sending this to Ms. Audie at the time?
My recollection was, well, it was April 12th, and you'll see by the note at the very bottom, I was retiring at the end of April. And so I was trying to make sure that I was addressing as much as I could before I left of things that might come up. And I knew at that time, I think I can't remember if the decision had been made that there was going to be the public inquiry, or whether there was still a decision being made as to what was going to be, what action council was going to have made. And so she and I did discuss that I get the materials ready for her in case they were needed for any reason during the course of whatever proceeding took place. So I found my miscellaneous, it was a miscellaneous file.
And apart from—
Prepared this note for her, yes.
Thank you. Apart from what all of the evidence you've given to us today, do you recall any further information or having any other information about this matter beyond what you've already described?
No, the only thing that I'm reflecting on as you're talking about is the that November 12th conversation with Mr. McGuire about what Gary Moore had said to him. Based on my normal practice, I can't imagine that I would not have shared that information with Ms. McNeil as part of updating her. But that is, but I did not write a note to that effect. So.
Okay. And just while we're looking at this document at HAM 64308, this April the 12th, 2019 email, had you ever shared, apart from this email, had you ever shared any additional information with Ms. Audie about this matter before disclosure was made to the council and to the public on February the 6th, 2019?
I think this was the first email I had specifically sent to her. I don't believe that I had given any, I think that from the time that it went from, we got the FOI request, it then went to Ms. McNeil. I don't think that I had given any update to Ms. Audie on the matter.
Okay, and I think your evidence was that you didn't have any, you don't recall having any discussions with Ms. Audie on this matter.
For what time period, sorry?
For any, before disclosure, before February 6th, 2019.
Right, oh, I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Those are my questions.
I think we haven't caucus with council. I'll go through the participants. Does anyone for Golders appear here? They're not on my screen. Ramaswamy, does Golders have any questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. I can confirm that Golder does not have any questions.
Okay, and counsel for the MTO, Mr. Bourrier?
We don't have any questions either for Ms. Edwards.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Hale for the city?
We have a couple questions for Ms. Edwards.
Oh.
Ms. Edwards, Commission Counsel asked if Mr. McGuire had raised any safety concerns to you and Mr. Sabot on October the 5th, 2018, and your response was not that you recall. If we could please bring up your notes of that October 5th call, Mr. Registrar, if you could please pull up HAM 64308, image 13. Perfect, thank you. Ms. Edwards, are there any notes which indicate to you that Mr. McGuire expressed safety concerns at this meeting?
No, there are not.
If Mr. McGuire did express such concerns, what steps would you have taken?
If he had expressed those concerns, that the focus would have been on trying to figure out discussing him what next steps would have to take place. We'd have to have a discussion around that.
And would you take any steps if Mr. McGuire expressed such concerns?
We'd be talking to him about what steps they were going to be taking to address them.
And would you have made a note of that?
I certainly believe I would have.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Mr. Commissioner, those are my questions.
Okay. Ms. Edwards, thank you very much for appearing today.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
We appreciate your time and you're excused. The rest of us as well. I think we stand adjourned now until Monday morning at 9:30.
Tuesday. Monday's a holiday, Commissioner. Yes.
Morning at 9:30. Thank you, Ms. Lee. And that's the occasion for me to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you. Have a good weekend.